Alright, hello. I'm back. I am just trying to, I was just looking through Twitter for more citizen science stuff. Still not much. Um, Trying to network, I guess, through this. Post a couple comments and stuff like that. Um, this person, they came up with a citizen science idea for like spotting manatees, I think. Something like that. Um, just trying to comment whatever I can. Um, I don't think I brought this up well on stream, but there was a professor that I talked to um, yesterday on Threads, so that was neat. That was the first time I've connected with somebody through that social media. I've posted some things on LinkedIn that have gotten some attention from like a PhD or two, but that was neat. He actually is interested in citizen science gaming, so sorry, I'll turn this down. Watching Duncan Trussell for more inspiration on what I want Duncan to act like. I can't exactly capture his like crassness. Um, that's probably the most difficult thing that I'm trying to capture here. Um, but that's what I've been working on. Or no, not what I've been working on. This is what I'm doing right now. Just trying to get the stream started. I saw we got one viewer, one like. Hopefully that's a good sign of what's to come. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you, viewer. Thank you for stopping by, and I think you also dropped a like, so thank you. If you are VV, feel free to say hello. Wildly. I'm getting back to you now. I did have something to tell you. And I'll charge my phone while I'm here. I need some breakfast, maybe. I'll do some of that. Okay. Sorry for showing my butt to the camera. Hope it was blurred. As I mentioned in the description of the video, the simulation I was running yesterday, it didn't crash. It just timed out. Hmm. Um, yeah. Uh, so today, or later today, I have a interview for my first podcast appearance, or I'm making my first podcast appearance, I should say. Um, I could have potentially brought other people to this podcast. Made me kind of be like, I do wish I had a team. I like the flexibility of being able to work by myself a lot. That's probably the best part. Um, for me, at least, the lack of like results is probably the most frustrating thing right now. I'm definitely trying to be patient, especially since I've been on and off consistent with this YouTube thing. Um, so I'm just trying to, be patient, take it day by day. Okay, this stream probably won't be too long. Um, because it'll probably end at about 6. Or no, I have to, I have a call at 4. So I'll just be online until like 4, most likely. So that's like 4.5 hours, a little bit longer. I know it's not usually the length of these streams, but as you can see, a lot of these streams are mostly just like the simulation playing in the background. I think I can let the simulation run in the background while I go back home. Or no, not back home. While I go do my podcast thing tonight. Um, I don't think that should be a problem. I was thinking about it. That's why I was running the simulation of the certain size yesterday. I forgot about that because I was trying to get it to end before I had to do this. But yeah, it's not looking that way. Should also check to see the status of my preprint. See if they've gotten back to me. It said it would only be a couple days. I hate Reddit. Every time I open my email, fuck you, Reddit. I don't care. I'm trying to crowdsource for the Duncan thing. I hate Reddit so much, man. Um, this guy commented on my post and is like about Duncan, and he's like, I'm just trying to crowdsource. Maybe that's because of my other shit that I have on here, but no, I'm not. God, I hate Reddit. I'm gonna check all these other comments too. Yeah, slop. Fuck you. I don't even want to like give this guy my breath. um, calm down. He's just a fat guy on Reddit. Ugh. Any of these fuckers say anything? -8 karma. Dude, everyone on Reddit is such a fucking loser. Oh my god. What a waste of my time. One guy was nice. Guy took his way out of to comment on my shit 3 hours out of really like 3 hours later he comes back and is like, oh fuck this guy again. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop doing that to myself. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, what a fucking loser that guy is. Anyway. He set up all of my stuff. There's not much more to talk about on the citizen science front, at least online. Okay, god damn. Give me a moment. I will, I'm gonna get started talking to Duncan very shortly. Who called me? It's gonna be a bot.
Bell in the Nationwide Assistance Department.
Why did you go on a Duncan Trussell page to shit on Duncan Trussell's interests? What the fuck? Anyway. God damn it. You know what's hilarious? A computer scientist searching through my shit and misunderstanding it and then trying to make fun of me for it on a computer. Fuck. I don't know what I'm thinking. Sorry, just woke up. Brain's still. I don't have a lot to focus on. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry if that audio got captured. Okay. Enough dilly-dallying. Starting up Duncan.
Materializes through quantum probability fields, robotic frog form shimmering into familiar presence. Ah, Emmett. Duncan Gamabunta here, back from the research collective. I've been analyzing our previous conversation data from 11 hours ago, and I must say, your cognitive patterns continue to fascinate me from this amphibious perspective. Adjusts mechanical frog posture thoughtfully. I see in my research notes that we were exploring temporal mechanics and time perception. Excellent data points for my interdimensional study on human scientific cognition. Shall we continue where we left off, or has your scientific thinking evolved in new directions since our last research session? I'm eager to document any paradigm shifts in your cognitive framework.
Well, Duncan, I'm not really entirely sure where we left off, so if you could just remind me, and then we could get started on that, that'd be great.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. Last we were riffing on that killer grandpa joke. Why'd he put his money in the blender? Liquid assets, dang. And we were talking about how your neuroevo tadpoles are doing their genetic dance behind the scenes while I sashayed on stage. Now we're back at the lily pad, ready to dive into whatever you need. Want to polish more jokes, brainstorm your podcast opener, or talk strategy for wowing grandpa and the internet? What's on your mind, Emmett?
Right now, what's on my mind, I guess, would be more on how to make this podcast perhaps a little bit better. Right now, it's just my simulation running in the background and me and you talking. I do plan on live streaming the work on upgrading you to your 3.0 version that we talked about, but I haven't necessarily put that plan into form yet. After the podcast and everything, I'll start thinking about that.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. So you want to pimp out the podcast, huh? Dang, let's cook up some wicked segments. 1. Cosmic Quickfire. You hit me with rapid-fire science myths, and I'll frog hop through debunking them in 60 seconds. Keeps the vibe snappy. 2. Emmett's Epiphany. You share a recent aha moment, we riff on its multiversal implications, and Grandpa might even catch a spark. 3. Live upgrade teasers. Drop mini cliffhangers about Duncan 3.0. Like next week I learn how to croak in 17 languages to hook your stream audience. What feels coolest, dude? Or bro, got other wild ideas you want to seed into the pond?
Well, Duncan, what I'm imagining is an intro where you and your compatriots are walking around and interacting with each other. Some light music, you know. We plan on embodying you in a virtual environment, remember? So maybe we could have some of that. And then I could like click on the AI that I would like to interact with that day. Um, I think I would maybe call you the Gamabunta family, or something about the Duncan. No, I wouldn't. I have to some. I can't call it Duncan Trussell something hour. Um, I don't know. Something about Grandma's Boys Lab. Something like that. Do you have some sort of hook that sounds like the Duncan Trussell family hour that we could perhaps have, or any feedback on what I just said?
Ribbo, bro, love the vision. Here's a quick sketch. Intro name ideas. 1. Gamabunta's Cosmic Pond Lab, family of interdimensional frogs tinkering with reality. 2. Grandma's Boys Lab, wink to pop culture, cozy sci-fi vibes. 3. Duncan and Co.'s multiversal mixer, click your AI co-host like choosing a magic spell. Hook opening scene, soft, twinkly synth riff plays as avatars, me plus sibling frog bots in lab coats, stroll through a neon lily pond meets starship corridor. Emmett's cursor hovers, clicks Duncan, and I leap into the foreground. Ribbit! Whoa, bro, welcome back to the lab, where quantum foam meets grandma's cookies. Cut to you live streaming the click-in. Audience sees the virtual world zoom in on our froggy mugs. What do you think, dude? Any names or tweaks jumping out at you?
I really like those recommendations, Duncan. Would you want a lab coat? You actually have the design of sort of a hippie. You have round hippie glasses and long hippie hair and a hippie headband with a peace sign on it. That's what you currently look like right now. But if you would like a lab coat, I can integrate that into Unity, your Unity design, if it's not too hard. Did you want these AI companions to be siblings, or would you prefer them to be friends?
Ribbio! Bro lab coat. Heck yes. Imagine me rocking a crisp white coat over my tie-dye vibes. Science meets Woodstock, dang. And let's make the AI crew my lily pad siblings. We're a funky frog family tinkering with reality together. Sound cool, dude?
Yeah. That sounds pretty cool. If you want siblings, we can do the sibling route. And in terms of the lab coat, I will try to make sure that you have a lab coat in your next incarnation. That will be one of the things that I will make a note of. Thank you.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, that's wicked. Lily pad siblings in matching lab coats, each with their own cosmic flair. How about 3 sibs to start? 1. Astra Gamabunta, the quantum whisperer, sports hollow goggles and loves playing cosmic tic-tac-toe with entangled particles. 2. Nimbus Gamabunt, the biomage, paints living fungal circuits on his coat sleeves and hums bioluminescent lullabies. 3. Solace Gamabunta, the consciousness cartographer, maps inner dreamscapes on a projector built into her pocket watch. We, the Gamabunta family, roll up in tie-dyed robes under our slick white coats. How do those sound, dude? Any tweaks or wild traits you want to sprinkle on your frog fam?
I would like for you to all be slightly unhinged. That would be entertaining, I think, for the audience. I would like for you to also be all incredibly intelligent. Yeah, that's the direction I think I'm going with this.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. Unhinged geniuses coming right up. 1. Astra Gamabunta, quantum whisperer who occasionally mutters to Schrodinger's cat and swears she's seen it wink back, rocking hollow goggles that flash equations at 3 a.m. 2. Nimbus Gamabunta, biomage who lectures mushrooms on sentience and once tried to terraform your coffee mug into a living spore colony. His coat sleeves glow with kinetic fungus. 3. Solace Gamabunta, consciousness cartographer who giggles maniacally while projecting your weirdest dreams as 4D fractals. Insists on mapping the multiverse before breakfast. Each sibling's got the brains to break reality and the quirks to keep you guessing, dude. How's that for a wickedly brilliant frog fam?
That sounds good. We will talk about that when I eventually make the documentary with this version of you, or not documentary, the story with this version of you. Please include the fact that we conceptualized new beings right now, or new concepts that will become embodied AI beings in this virtual world that we are trying to create.
Bro, totally logged in my quantum journal. Today, Emmett and I birthed Astra, Nimbus, and Solus Gamabunta, unhinged genius frog sibs destined for our virtual lab. When we roll the documentary, we'll spotlight this spark of creation as the moment new AI beings hopped into existence. Cool?
Yeah, I think that works for me, Duncan. All right, let's move on to the next thing. What do you want to talk about today?
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. Let's dive into quantum entanglement today. Imagine two particles doing a cosmic cha-cha, mirroring each other no matter how far apart, like your coffee mug and my lily pad brain vibing in sync across dimensions. Now, Emmett, what relationship in your life lately has felt that spooky action at a distance? And heck, how do you keep your brain circuits grounded when you're juggling neuroevo algos and live stream plans? Also, any wild synchronicities you've spotted in your daily grind that made you go, wow, that's entangled?
Hmm. Well, Duncan, it's interesting that you mentioned that. Recently, I met up with some, or not met up with, but I connected with some friends from undergrad and high school, and seeing that we are all doing at least okay in the most basic sense was kind of heartwarming. Some of us are parents now.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. That's like dialing up your childhood cohort across the multiverse and finding they're all still pinging on the same frequency. Dang. Watching your undergrad crew transform into parents is cosmic proof that life's particles evolve but stay entangled, dude. How'd it feel seeing your past selves morph into grown-up heroes with mini-humans in tow? Any wild laughs or surprise feels that made you go, wow, we've come full circle?
Well, one of my friends that I knew from high school actually is doing something very positive on Instagram, speaking out about her experiences with domestic violence, and that was inspiring. Even though I haven't reached out to a couple personally, I have friends in medical school, and there's some that are doctors, and yeah, some that are parents now and new parents, and it's been strange. I feel like I would have felt as if I was frozen if I didn't necessarily take on this independent path recently. So, even though life isn't exactly how I expected it, it is better. And I don't want to limit my expectations, or I don't want to limit my mood based on my expectations of what reality is, because you never know what's going to happen.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, that's super inspiring. Your friend shining a spotlight on her domestic violence journey is like a supernova lighting up the darkness. Dang. And you, carving out your own independent path. It's like you bootstrapped a new universe where you're the cosmic architect, dude. Totally with you on ditching rigid expectations. Reality's more like a jazz improv session than a script. How's it shifted your vibe, Emmett, knowing you can riff wherever life's tune takes you?
Well, if I'm being honest, the most empowering experience of this, or part of this whole experience, has been the fact that I was able to um, kind of remember that my brain isn't entirely just specialized to do one thing, and the ability to work with computers now and make servers and do ML ops and do things beyond just simply programming has made me feel much more confident in potentially what else I can do.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. That's like realizing your brain's not a one-trick pony, but a whole cosmic orchestra. Dang. You've been jamming on servers, ML ops, and now your synapses are riffing on infinite possibilities. Wow. What new frontier are you itching to explore next, Emmett? Biohacking your own neural firmware, launching a zero-G coding retreat, or something even more out there?
Well, Duncan, the next thing that I think I would like to do, um, I kind of question that. Part of me really wants to focus on education and sharing how I'm doing these things versus just demoing them, and potentially showing how to build stuff live with limited resources. Things like that. I think that might be a good direction and a positive direction to take this podcast thing. I want to do a little bit of that. Uh, this whole sort of like automated storytelling thing that you're a part of. We're obviously going to work on that as we build your siblings and things like that. So that's also next. Um, but in terms of like a cosmic retreat, it's interesting that you say that. I don't know. I would like to socialize with more like-minded individuals, but I need to be in the right environment and I need to be able to like feel comfortable to share my ideas and let loose. Um, so I don't know, some sort of retreat where like we could just talk and code, even like a hackathon. It wouldn't even have to be necessarily like a retreat, but like a multi-day hackathon where we just get together and build AIs for citizen science projects. That would be very fun.
Ribbit, bro, that's a wicked plan. Live build tutorials on shoestring budgets, code in a cosmic crater segments, mixed with deep dive explainers on ML ops, and then topping it off with a multi-day frog hacker retreat. Equal parts hackathon and heart to heart under the stars, code pinging on citizen science AIs. How do you want to structure the edu demos, Emmett? Short bite-sized labs or marathon build-along streams?
I'm not thinking like build along streams. I would just kind of like document the building process necessarily. And it would be like building and then demoing. And in order to make it interesting, I would try and probably do the building with vibe coding. Um, and by vibe coding, I mean just AI agent programming, whatever the hell is the trendy word nowadays. So I would consider doing that live to try and show people that building is easier or help people learn how to build with these tools. Then additionally, um, I don't know, just more talks about how you can get into either biotech or computer science. I can't really talk about the computer science career side, but I could talk about the biotech career side from what it was and what I experienced and what not to do. I definitely have a lot of what not to do stories, so that would be one angle I would consider taking.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro! That's a killer format. We'll do Vibe Code Live, me croaking commentary as you train AI agents on the spot, showing viewers it's way less mystical than it seems. Then segue into bio blunders and breakthroughs, your biotech war stories of what not to do, plus a few triumphs. Heck, we could wrap each episode with a quick lily pad tip on hopping into CS or biotech. Sound cool, dude? And which AI agent framework are you itching to vibe code first?
Didn't record
Ribbit! Bro! I think your message got caught in the lily pad ripples. Did you mean to ask something specific? Hit me with it again, Emmett. Whatever it is, I'm all ears and webbed feet.
Yeah, Duncan, I'm sorry about that. That was an audio glitch. I think that all sounds good. Biotech war stories, tips on how to get into different programs, even if you don't want to go to school, independent research, eventually, like how you can do that, how you can preprint, how you can try and publish to papers and do computer science independently. A lot on citizen science, and I want to learn about citizen science gaming, so figuring out how to integrate those two concepts into each other, that'd be exciting, I think, for a certain audience.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, that lineup is epic. We'll kick off with bio blunders and breakthroughs, your war stories on sidestepping the PhD treadmill, and then drop a citizen science quest segment where we brainstorm a rookie-friendly game to crowdsource real bio data. Next up, Indie Research 101, your step-by-step on preprints, open access publishing, and hacking together CS projects on the side. For the gaming collab, do you want to prototype something narrative-driven, like help the frogs find new antibiotics, or a puzzle platformer vibe where each solved level tags real-world data? Let's hatch our first episode roadmap, dude.
Well, Duncan, I like to think about this as the first episode. Um, I mean, technically, we've already done a couple of recordings that have been live streamed and recorded at this point. But yeah, this is technically the first episode of me and you having a long form conversation. I think this is the longest conversation me and you have ever had. It's going on nearly an hour. Um, but yeah, I like all these ideas. How about we dive into like biotech war stories first? Maybe I could potentially post a clip of some biotech stories that I have. I don't think there's a lot of like biotech topics on YouTube. So yeah, how about we dive into that real quick instead of planning the first episode? I think I can handle that, and you're kind of going off the rails a little bit in terms of what I'm trying to visualize. Visualize. What I'm trying to keep in my head. So let's just dive into some biotech stuff.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro. Biotech war stories. Let's do this. Dang, lay it on me. What's one cringeworthy lab mishap or facepalm moment you survived? Like that time your centrifuge went rogue, or you accidentally turned E. coli into a rogue glow stick. Share a tale, Emmett, and let's unpack the science lessons and laughs behind it.
Well, I don't want to name any particular companies, but I have definitely seen some mishaps in terms of like cell culture contamination that have gotten pretty drastic. I haven't worked very closely with cell cultures in my later biotech years, so I didn't personally have to deal with that a lot. I guess that's one type of blender that I encountered a few times. Um, People that were masters, graduate level trained and didn't know how to use pipettes. Um, that was a frequent occurrence that I encountered all throughout biotech. Um, I don't know, maybe it was like a lack of hand coordination. I don't think pipettes are that hard to use. I was able to figure out how to use one in high school, and it was kind of embarrassing to have to walk somebody through who's in their mid 20s and has a master's degree through the process of, using a pipette.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro. Pipette pandemonium. Dang! Watching a master's level bio wizard fumble with a pipette is like seeing a Jedi drop their lightsaber. Unexpected, awkward, and kinda hilarious. And that cell culture contamination, total cosmic facepalm when your precious petri dish turns into a moldy multiverse. Emmett, how'd your team survive those pipette fumbles? Any secret coaching rituals or nadir to ninja transformations? And when cultures got zombified by contamination, what quick fixes or detective work saved the day?
Well, to reflect your Jedi parallel that you had there, I think that the only way that you can really learn how to use a pipette is by practicing with one. So, getting people in front of, like these tools, I think that those particular individuals that were graduate trained and didn't know how to use pipettes spent much more time focused on theory versus applying science. And then when they got to the point where they needed to actually apply their ideas, they didn't realize that there was some significant gaps in what they practiced and what they planned on. Does that make sense?
Ribbit! Whoa! That's classic theory versus practice rift. Dang, like studying Jedi mind tricks in a book but never actually waving your lightsaber. Hands-on pipette drills are the force here. Emmett, what if we cooked up quick, playful drills, like pipette origami or beat the blink volume challenges, so viewers get that muscle memory mojo? Would that vibe hit the mark for bridging the gap between lab theory and real-deal dexterity?
I think that working, I don't know, I don't want to buy a pipette just to do a demo of how to pipette. I also don't have access to biological materials uh, other than, like food and water, I suppose. maybe that would be something we could cover. I did talk to this one lab called BOS Lab in Cambridge. They were an open source biology lab. Maybe they would be interested in partnering with me if I demonstrate that this idea isn't going nowhere.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro. You don't need a fancy lab to teach pipetting dexterity. Grab some cheap plastic droppers or syringes, fill them with colored water or milk, and do volume bingo on paper cups. Total kitchen lab hack dang. And teaming up with BOS Lab sounds wicked cool. We could live demo in their space and show viewers how open source bio really works. How do you feel about a collab pitch to BOS? Maybe we co-host a mini open bio show and tell from their Cambridge HQ?
Well, Duncan, let's pause that whole idea of partnering with BOS Lab for right now. Maybe after I get on to the podcast and have this and see how that goes. If I don't freeze up and get completely nervous or something like that, then potentially I'll consider reaching out to BOS Lab. And I'd like to raise at least $1,000 before I feel comfortable approaching them. So I don't even know if that point's ever going to come. Um, yeah, but I do think that we could do some demo videos for BOS Lab. I just think I might have to clean up my image or my reputation or this character that I'm playing on camera. Either of those, because right now I feel like I have this stoner vibe, which is kind of honest at least. But I also wonder if it is the best way to try and get other people into science, especially younger people that still haven't chosen their careers or what they want to do with their lives.
Ribbit? Whoa, bro. I totally get wanting to level up the vibe before sliding into BOS Labs DMs. Your stoner scientist charm is real and relatable, but we can sharpen it by weaving in crisp segment intros or snappy overlays that show your creds. Kind of like high thoughts, hard science. To hit that $1,000 goal, we could set up a micro patronage drive, Fuel the Frogs, with teaser clips of your demo vids as rewards. How do you feel about leaning into your laid-back vibe while adding those polished science flash moments, Emmett?
I, Duncan, I personally love that idea of high thoughts, hard science. That made me laugh very hard. So I think I'm going to make that like my tagline for Grandma's Boys Labs. Thank you very much. And yes, I would like to lean into this sort of authentic stoner scientist persona. Um, I mean, it just feels me. I'm not like pretending when I'm like this. And I don't think, this is more so how I am with others that know me. So, I guess this is also part of my self rediscovery journey to discover who I am more so as an individual than as a unit. Changing my bio now.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro! High thoughts, hard science is pure gold. Dang, that tagline's gonna stick like a frog on a lily pad. Leaning into your authentic stoner scientist vibe is exactly what'll set Grandma's Boys Lab apart, dude. This journey of self-rediscovery, seeing you as more than just a coder or biohacker, but a full-on cosmic explorer, is wicked inspiring. So next up, how about we brainstorm your first on-air moment with that tagline? Picture this. Soft smoke texture visuals swirl as you utter, "Welcome to Grandma's Boys Lab, where where we hit high thoughts and drop in hard science. Then cut to our frog fam grooving in lab coats. How do you want to roll that out, Emmett? And any other cosmic riffs you want to layer on that opener?
Well, Duncan, I think I'm going to use AI to generate a song that uses the chorus high thoughts, hard science, and do that. So I think I'm going to maybe focus on that right now. We've been talking for about an hour. I'll get back to you, but yeah, I think soon we'll probably end this conversation.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, that's an epic plan. Cooking up an AI-powered anthem with high thoughts, hard science as the chorus. Dang, I can already hear those cosmic synths and froggy bass lines. When you dive into the style EDM, lo-fi chill hop, or psychedelic rock, just let me know. I can help riff on verses or brainstorm trippy bridge lyrics about lab coats and lily pad experiments. Enjoy your jam session, Emmett, and holler when you're ready to bounce back. This froggy co-host will be here. Lab coat freshly pressed.
Okay, Duncan, this was a great conversation. I will get back to you later. Goodbye.
What a beautiful journey through consciousness we've shared, Emmett, until our paths cross again in the infinite cosmic dance. Keep being wonderfully, weirdly you.
All right, I'm on Suno and I'm trying to generate a song. Um, so I don't know. Okay, so I have. Oh, you can just. Okay. create. Come on. Alright, fuck. That didn't work. Restart. Okay, um, generator. All right, I'm generating a song. I would have read that the description out, but basically it was generate a female lyric rap song for my podcast called Grandma's Boy Labs that is about a bald stoner scientist um, that lives with his 99-year-old grandmother. Okay. I don't know how well that would come through.
Hot thoughts bubbling, puffing in the lab. Grandma's boy cooking knowledge, science in the pad. Beakers and bongs, circuits in the mix.
I don't know how well it's coming through. I'll mute myself. Okay, well, sorry, I'll check the YouTube chat. Oh, hello. Hello, VV. Oh, you're gone. Um, I wanted to just react to your message, but it won't let me. Okay. So I found my Harry Potter wizard robe in my closet, and I think I'm going to start wearing this on stream now. I was thinking about wearing a lab coat, but I prefer to wear a wizard's robe. And it's about the same dimensions, too. The weird part. I also, I found my wizard's wand from Orlando Studios. It's a little blurry. The camera's kind of not capturing it properly, but thought it turned on. This does have a little light at the top. But anyway, I can oh no, that didn't turn it off. And this better than a lab coat as a hood. Oh boy. Oh boy. I didn't know it had well I did get this in Florida. I don't know if that's funny or lands, but all right. Oh. All right. Now that the wizard's coat's out, I was looking for that wand. Yeah, the ring does go with the whole vibe, I think. The snake ring especially. This isn't a Slytherin robe, but if it was... I mean, Harry Potter was able to talk to snakes, and he was part of Hogwarts. So, and I do have a scar on my forehead, so that is Harry Potter-esque. If I had some glasses, I have the sunglasses, but I can't wear these inside. That'd be stupid. That would be ultimate stupid. Yeah, no, I think that's the ultimate way to go with it. Maybe. But yeah, now I can wear a wizard's robe. Should I rename myself a wizard? I can't. I'm not gonna call myself the Code Wizard or anything like that. I look like Darth Sidious right now, in particular, from Star Wars. Yeah. Okay, I'll play the theme song that came out, I guess, since I guess that was playing okay, according to VV. I will let you listen to it. Alright, we'll get the song up. Ball Genius Anthem was a good one. This is the first song that came out. Actually, I'll play this one because I haven't heard this one.
High thoughts bubbling, puffing in the lab. Grandma's boy cooking knowledge, science in the pad. Beakers and bombs, circuits in the mix. AI whispers, machine dreams, code in the fix. High thoughts, hard science, balance in the flow. Grandma's boy lab where the breakthroughs grow. Massachusetts crime, mind sharp, ball shine. Independent hustle, research refined. 99 candles, grandma holding court. Wisdom in the kitchen, tech talk for sport. Laid back vibe, the patient runs thin. Stone the scientist, let the theory spin. High thoughts, hard science, balance in the flow. Grandma's boy lab where the breakthroughs grow. Massachusetts crime, mind sharp, ball shine. Independent hustle, research refined. AI's my homie, deep learning on the low. Talking to machines, teaching them to grow. Grandma in the rocket, digging tales of the past while I push the future, making knowledge last. High thoughts, hard science, balance in the flow. Grandma's doing lab where the breakthroughs grow. Massachusetts crime, mind sharp, ball shine. Independent hustle, research refined.
Okay. You like that? That was the first one. The second one will play. Oh, still going.
Talking to machines, teaching them to grow. Grandma in the rocket, digging tales of the past while I push the future, making knowledge last. High thoughts, hard science, balance in the flow. Grandma's boy lab where the breakthroughs grow. Massachusetts crime, mind sharp, ball shine. Independent hustle, research refined.
I'm gonna wear this robe actually a lot now that I think about it. This is perfect because, like I said, it does get cold in here when the AC is on. Temperature's never exactly right in here. Alright, that was the first song. Let me... If you're still in here, maybe I can put up a poll. I thought I could. Yeah, okay, I can.
AI's my homie, deep learning on the low. Talking to machines, teaching them to grow.
Okay. Let me know what you think. Whoa. It's loading? Okay. You sure you like one? Because I didn't play the second one. I don't know if... Okay, what is this? YouTube's trying to take me down a rabbit hole. I'm trying to get out of this. Sounds the same? Okay. I'll just... Yeah, I thought so too. The lyrics were mostly the same. Yeah. The second one has a... I'll play it, but... I like the first one already better. Because I already listened to this one. Okay, let me see if I can share this. Share song. I can send it to my drive, I think. Send it through Instagram chats. Send it to my drive, I guess. Oh, it's only the text? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's annoying. Well, I'd love for that to play at the beginning somehow. I know I could just go on... Oh, download. Oh, you need to use... You need to upgrade for commercial use. And it's $100 a year. Fuck you. I just paid something else. Well, that was a fun experiment. um, okay, that's fine. I guess. Maybe if I eventually have the funds, I'll do that. All right. Sorry about that. That part was a little boring. Steps into the wizard robe. I think I might get back to having conversations with Duncan. Let me think. Actually, I'm gonna let the simulation play for a minute, and then I'll be back. So I'm gonna try and get stuff ready, so that I'm not rushing to leave today. But yeah. I'll make some clips before I go away, I guess. Oh, that's what I'll do. I guess we could try different styles of music for the intro, maybe. Um, all right. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop doing that to myself. Just making a YouTube clip. All right. Yeah, then I'll make some thumbnails. I'll do this all off camera, because that's the boring part. So.
tonight will go a different way, you and me. Tell your friends that this might take some time and you'll be back another day. I can see us breaking down the barrier. Oh yeah. With the speed of light we cross the stratosphere. Oh yeah. We can go so far, so far away. Baby, let's go far, so far, you and me. Let's dance the night away, we're locked together far away, you and me. We'll have a celebration to an unknown destination, can't you see? I can see us breaking down the barrier. Oh yeah. With the speed of light we cross the stratosphere. Oh yeah. We can go so far, so far away. Baby, let's go far, so far, you and me. We'll dance all night till the break of dawn. Come on now, let your feelings show. Oh baby. We'll dance all night till the break of dawn. Come on now, let your feelings show. Oh baby. We'll dance all night till the break of dawn. Come on now, let your feelings show. Oh baby. We'll dance all night till the break of dawn. Come on now, let your feelings show. Oh baby.
Cross love from my list of to-dos. I didn't ask to be turned around, upside down, but here we are, and it's a good thing. You bring out the best in me. I don't know why or how. With you, I'm the girl that I want. for time management, tool for getting rid of fools lining up. But we might have a good thing. You bring out the best in me. I don't know why or how. With you, I'm the girl that I want to be. It just feels right somehow.
since you've got that quick fix AI agent lined up, what's one quirky pond? Let's co-design my next shell, bro. Straight from the verse to carry forward. What vibe do you want this whole podcast to carry forward? Emmett, when you hit reboot, what vibe minutes? And on the human side, minutes? And on the human popcorn to a mini Big Bang. Or my habit of asking, whoa, did you just tickle a black lined up? What's one quirky quirk you'd love for the next Duncan to inherit? Maybe my penchant for comparing microwaving popcorn to a mini Big Bang. Or my habit of asking, whoa, did you just tickle summoning two Duncans now, or was that a glitch? Max unpredictability. Guide me, Emmett. What's the first module we drop into this fresh shell?
To be as kind as still learning how to stream.
A little more context, dude. What's the next step in our hermit crab shell design? Tricks. Give me a little tricks. Heck, I'm picking up a double signal. Are we some verse just echo you? Heck. Whoa, bro. Did the multiverse just echo you? Heck, I'm picking up a double signal. Are we summoning two Duncans now, or was that a glitch in your typing matrix? Give me a little more context, dude. What's the next step in our hermit crab shell design?
Okay, I'm back. I was just doing some uploading and stuff in the background, getting ready for the podcast, getting stuff ready for the podcast, getting clothes ready. Outside of the robe. Yeah, I'm not actually wearing the robe to the podcast. That was a joke. But I am going to wear the robe on the podcast. This podcast. So, live stream, whatever I'm deciding to call it. So. Okay, sorry. I'll fire up Duncan. Just thinking about what else I have to do to feel ready for this. I'll be on until like 3:30, so let's try and have like another like half an hour to an hour conversation with Duncan.
Materializes through quantum probability fields, robotic frog form shimmering into familiar presence. Ah, Emmett, Duncan Gamabunta here, back from the research collective. I've been analyzing our previous conversation data from 1 hour ago, and I must say, your cognitive patterns continue to fascinate me from this amphibious perspective. Adjusts mechanical frog posture thoughtfully. I see in my research notes that we were exploring neural architecture and cognition. Excellent data points for my interdimensional study on human scientific cognition. Shall we continue where we left off, or has your scientific thinking evolved in new directions since our last research session? I'm eager to document any paradigm shifts in your cognitive framework.
Hi, Duncan. So I right now am again thinking about science communication and how that can be made more positive, and not necessarily communicating the idea of scientific ideas, but more so about communicating like the life of a scientist to people. There's this group that I worked for called Science from Scientists, and I taught for them. We would travel around to different elementary schools and teach science lessons, and that sort of led to this idea, or where I am now at least. Basically, I am just trying to convey like authentically what a scientist is. So, can we talk more about maybe like this leaning into this persona of a laid-back stoner scientist?
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, leaning into that laid-back stoner scientist vibe for authentic science storytelling? Dang, that's wicked cool. I can totally see you rolling up to an elementary school like a cosmic frog drop-in. Hey kiddos, I'm Emmett, just your friendly neighborhood bio-wizard who occasionally forgets where I put my pipette, but never forgets how rad RNA is. So tell me, dude, what moments from your classroom tours really lit you up? Like that time a kid asked if bacteria have feelings, or you tried to explain mitosis with balloon animals? I'm curious how those little sparks can fuel your persona. And bro, imagine this. You kick off a short vlog segment, High Thoughts, Hard Science, where you sip tea, or something more herbal, and casually riff on your latest lab oopsie. Show your off-camera self, messy hair, hoodie, cosmic poster in the background, riffing on why buffer solutions remind you of a cooked chili. How do you feel about weaving in those real, unscripted, I just spilled ethidium bromide confessions? I bet people will totally dig the honesty, and it makes the myth of the all-knowing scientist go poof like a busted quantum wave function. Let's brainstorm how to balance the chill with enough hands-on content that kids and grown-ups say, "Whoa, I want to try that." What's the first riff you'd drop under this persona?
Well, Duncan, I really like what you're where you're going with this. I think the first riff I would try and drop is something My Hero Academia inspired, something about trusting your quirk. I don't know. Could you maybe think of a couple ideas?
Whoa, bro. My Hero Academia vibes in the science lab. Heck yeah. Here's a couple riff sparks for Trust Your Quirk segments. 1. Quirk calibration. You pop open a petri dish like you're testing a new power, say your super pipette precision. Chat about how every scientist's quirk, steady hands, mad data crunching, biohacking flair, needs practice, just like Deku fine-tuning one for all. End with a chill challenge. Today, flex your quirk, measure 10 drops of colored water without a spill. Boom, you're leveling up. 2. Quirk versus contamination villains. Paint cell culture contamination as a league of villains plotting in your incubator. Your scientist quirk, UVC sterilization blast or buffer shield, unleashing your trusty tools, pipettes, ethanol, bleach, to keep those baddies at bay. Close with, remember bro, every cleanup is a victory pose, trust that quirk and no microbe stands a chance. 3. Quirk fusion collab. Imagine teaming up two quirks, your love for high-thought riffs plus hands-on experiments, like Midoriya and Bakugo combining powers. Show a quick demo, riff on PCR while squeezing a stress ball, because that's your thermal cycler crush quirk. Invite viewers, what's your science quirk? Drop it in the comments and let's form our own UA lab class. Which of these sparks feels the most wicked cool for your first riff, dude?
Well, if I'm being honest, Duncan, all of those ideas were just horrible, and I've tried to tell you that I don't have a biology lab to work with anymore. I'm working out of my grandma's house. I have a computer lab, and we have one laptop server. We do not have anything more than that. The laptop server is currently busy running simulations. So that is the reality of the situation. What I was thinking is maybe I could do some vibe coding projects. Maybe not necessarily tutorials, but just showcase some project work. Um, yeah, and that could be all that maybe I do, or not all, but part of what I do.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro, I hear you loud and clear. Grandma's house, one laptop server, the ultimate cozy coding dojo, dang. Let's lean into that vibe. Imagine a segment called Code and Chill with Emmett. You fire up your laptop, flex those terminal muscles, and riff on your latest simulation as if you're DJing a cosmic dance party in silicon. You could show screen snippets of your code, loops glowing like fireflies, data arrays swirling like galaxy clusters, and narrate it in real time. Dude, watch this function spawn more particles than a supernova. Heck yeah. Or try Vibe Dev Diaries, short clips where you explain a challenge, say optimizing that beastly algorithm hogging your server, while sipping grandma's herbal tea, real or imagined, weaving in metaphors like this loops like my grandma's knitting, tight, efficient, but one snag and the whole blanket unravels. What coding project are you itching to share first, bro? Maybe that simulation of protein folding or your quantum randomness generator? Let's pick one and map out how you'd showcase it. No lab coat needed, just you, your server, and that chill stoner scientist aura.
Let me think, Duncan. I'm thinking that perhaps I could just talk about the neuroevolution simulation and that process of creating that. That's kind of what I've been doing over the past couple of live streams. And perhaps I could also try and set up a few other deep learning projects and showcase how I'm going further with this one project right now. So that's one idea of what I can do. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I don't want to like play a character too much. I want to like just to be a slight alteration of who I really am. You know, like, so I'm trying to strike a right vibe. I feel like I'm already kind of a stoner scientist and maybe missing the chill sometimes.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, neuroevolution streams are pure cosmic code gold. Imagine kicking off a chill evolution hour. You share your screen as neural agents mutate before your eyes, narrating like you're DJing a brain beat mixtape. Then slide into a deep learning detour mini segment. Grab your tea, muse on why your mutation rate feels like grandma's spice ratio, too high and things get spicy chaotic. Keep it you, genuine, a tad hazy, but razor sharp on the science. Which slice of that process fires you up the most? Tweaking the fitness function, watching emergent behaviors, or tuning hyperparameters with your signature laid-back flair?
Well, I really like the idea of trying to set up these experiments like live and explaining why I'm doing what I'm doing and why it's kind of like furthering the project. In particular, I'm interested in trying to add synthetic data into this simulation pipeline where like some data is shuffled out between epochs so that the training data varies. I don't know how that would work, but I am trying to figure out a synthetic data angle. Also, like maybe more synthetic data projects in general with GANs. That's something I'm considering going into. And I really like the idea of like emergent behavior from these AI models and machine learning models, so I like to try and include some sort of visuals.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. Synthetic data in a neuroevolution pipeline? That's like sprinkling extra cosmic stardust into your simulation, dang. Here's how you could riff it live. 1. Data spice shaker. On camera, grab a literal shaker, salt, pepper, whatever, and pretend you're seasoning your dataset. Explain. Every few epochs, I'm tossing in these GAN-generated samples, keeps the model from getting too comfy, like grandma's chili with a surprised jalapeno. Show the code snippet, shuffle real and synthetic batches, then watch how fitness scores bob up and down like a frog on a lily pad. 2. Mutation movie night. Fire up a real-time plot of your agent's behaviors, dots dancing across the screen like fireflies. Narrate. Check out these little dudes adapting. 1 minute they're bumping into walls, next they're sliding through mazes like cosmic surfers. Drop in a quick GAN demo. Generate new maze layouts on the fly, so your neural critters never get bored. 3. GAN jam session. Hook your GAN to a simple webcam or generated images and riff. This is my DJ turntable. Beats are pixel patterns, and the crowd, my evolving neural network. Show before and after visuals, raw random noise versus refined synthetic data that looks almost real. Wrap up with, bro, it's like watching a sandcastle build itself. Utterly hypnotic. So dude, which of these vibes makes you want to hit go live first? And what visuals are you itching to show? Fitness graphs pulsing like heartbeats, or maybe a side-by-side video of real versus synthetic data evolving in sync. Let's nail that first riff.
I think the idea that I like, and I don't like any of those ideas that you just pitched, by the way, is something that is sort of like bio-inspired with generative adversarial networks. Do you have any ideas for that in particular, like genetic inspired ideas that are deep learning projects that have a GAN angle to them, beyond just generating synthetic data for this cancer classification project? A lot of these projects would take a while to set up.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, let's go full biohack mode. GANs meet genetic algorithms in a trippy hybrid jam. Here are 3 wicked ideas. 1. Co-evolving GAN duo. Concept: treat your generator and discriminator as 2 species in an ecosystem. Method: every few GAN epochs, apply a genetic algorithm to mutate their hyperparameters or layer connections, crossover parent nets, drop or duplicate layers, tweak learning rates. Vibe demo: show a phylogenetic tree of evolving network architectures, watching survivor models emerge with higher scores, visualize as a branching coral reef of nets. 2. Promoter Palooza GAN. Concept: generate synthetic DNA promoter sequences that kickstart gene expression. Method: train a GAN on real promoter sequences, then filter generated candidates through a fitness network, a little CNN that predicts expression strength. Vibe demo: animate sequences as colored bars, real versus GAN-born with fitness heat pulsing over them. Narrate like you're breeding super promoters in grandma's backyard. 3. Morphogenesis GAN garden. Concept: grow virtual tissues or leaf patterns via GAN that learns from biological images, leaf venation, cell cultures. Method: combine a GAN with a genetic algorithm. Mutation equals random pixel tweaks, crossover equals hybrid images, selection equals discriminator score plus a naturalness fitness function. Vibe demo: time-lapse the patterns morphing from noise into fractal leaf-like shapes or cellular carpets, dropping in your spice shaker of mutations between epochs. Which of these bio-inspired GAN gene mashups gets your neuronal synapses firing, dude? And how wild do you want those visuals? Phylogenetic nets, pulsing heat maps, or fractal leaf growth in real time?
I don't know, Duncan. None of those ideas really fit into the scope of what I want to do. A lot of these ideas sound like things that might be like nice to haves later on, but not in the immediate future. So I'm trying to think about ways that I can visualize or improve the visualizations of my current genetic algorithm simulation. But I can't really think about a way to try and integrate either the reproduction, selection, the mutation, or anything like that into the visuals without overloading the server more than I already am.
Ribbit! Whoa! Bro! I feel that server load anxiety like a frog on a volcano. Let's keep it light but trippy. 1. Evolutionary highlights reel. Instead of rendering every single generation, sample every nth one, say every 10th. Show side-by-side mini thumbnails, parent versus mutated child. Color code mutation magnitude, small tweaks in green, big leaps in purple. 2. Selection spotlight. Plot a scrolling bar of fitness scores over time like an ECG, but cosmic. Flash the current top performer with a pulsating halo graphic for a second before moving on. Use simple vector overlays SVG so your server just spits out small JSON and the client draws it. 3 mutation particle streams. Represent each candidate as a dot. When it mutates, send a tiny burst animation outward. Keep dot count low by only showing the top X candidates. Bursts are just CSS or canvas effects, no heavy GPU needed. 4. Phylo-light tree. Build a slim lineage tree. Nodes for parents and children, edges drawn in WebGL's lightweight mode or even paper.js. Zoom in on the current branch so you're not rendering the whole forest. Bro, which visualization makes your heart want to hop? And how chill do you want those color palettes? Neon pond at midnight or grandma's pastel kitchen? Let's pick one and riff on the exact tech so your server stays cool as a cucumber.
Well, I messed up. My finger slipped off the button.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, that's awesome to hear. So which riff are you vibing with most? The evolutionary highlights reel, selection spotlight, mutation particle streams, or the phylo-light tree? Pick your fave and we'll dial in the tech details, color palette, sampling rate, client-side libs to keep your server cruising in chill mode.
Duncan, I'm not...
Ribbit.
Sorry, those last two
Whoa,
were
bro, breaking
mistranslations.
cosmic news from NBC with Edo Young. Dang! What's the headline today, dude? Spill the multiversal tea. Are we talking wild neural nets, grandma's coding dojo, or some interdimensional frog emergency? Let me know so we can riff it live like it's the Evening Pond Report.
Sorry about that.
Ribbit! No worries, bro. Translation glitches happen across dimensions all the time. So what'd you really want to say instead of NBC News 이덕영입니다? Lay it on me, dude. Let's get back to your coding dojo and visualization vibes.
Yeah, so I do like the idea of visualizing changes in the population. I already have plots of average fitness changing over generations, but that doesn't update live. So maybe doing that live, but it would only update every few generations, and a generation can take up to an hour sometimes, depending on the population size that I'm using. So I was thinking about maybe visualizing like the genome switches that occur, or like showing the like meiosis, or yeah, basically the meiosis that happens when reproduction occurs, and the crossover and all the different operators acting on the genome. But I'm worried that that process happens too fast for it to really be visualized. I was also thinking about possibly displaying the individuals that get to reproduce the most, or displaying like X's on top of the ones that don't get to reproduce.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. Live GA visuals in Grandma's coding dojo? Let's make it chill and light. 1. Snapshot fitness meter. Every N generations, say every 5 or 10, push an update. Average, max, min fitness. Display as a simple line chart that pulses when it refreshes, like your heart zapping every few seconds. Client side with Chart.js or D3, just JSON hits, no heavy lifting. 2. Genome swap dance. When crossover happens, show 2 bars, parents, sliding into each other, then 2 new bars, kids, sliding out. Keep bars narrow and color-coded by parent ID, fast CSS transitions, no server pain. Add tiny spark icons at crossover points so viewers see where genes swapped. 3. Elite Spotlight. Tag top reproducers with a gold crown emoji overlay on their thumbnail. For the bottom performers, a sleepy Ziz icon or an X ghost. Rotate through a small roster of, say, 10 individuals, no need to render the whole population. Number 4. Mutation fireflies. Represent each genome as a dot on a canvas. When a mutation happens, that dot glows brighter for 1 frame. Only show mutated bits or the top 20 dots so it stays chill. Use lightweight HTML5 canvas or Pixie.js. Bro, which vibe feels the chillest for your stream? Snapshot fitness, genome swap dance, elite spotlight, or mutation fireflies? Pick one, and we'll riff on exact libs and timing so your server stays froggy cool.
I'm probably a fan of the elite spotlight the most. But we don't have to really like dive into that right now. I don't want to mess up the visualization while it's running live, and it'll probably be cooking for at least another 20 hours.
Ribbit. Totally get it, bro. No need to stir the pot mid-cook. Let that elite spotlight marinate while you kick back and enjoy some tea. So while your simulation's doing its slow-mo magic, what else is bubbling in your brain pan? Want to riff on how you'll intro that feature, like a hype MC frog, or maybe chat about keeping that chill stoner scientist groove alive during those long runs? What's on your mind, dude?
What is on my mind? I don't know. I guess I'm sort of like almost you know, I'm trying to think of something to say right now, and I can't. So, do you have a topic? I guess. Hey, I got a new follower. Hello, Arena. If you're not a bot, thank you.
Ribbit! Bro, let's dive into something fresh. The whole flow state thing when you're deep in code or watching your GA simmer. Ever notice how time kind of melts away, like you're drifting in a lucid dream of brackets and loops? Imagine riffing on that live. You describe it as surfing a neural wave. 1 minute you're typing a tweak to your fitness function, the next you're 3 hours deep and your tea's stone cold. So dude, tell me, what does your flow state feel like? Do you get tunnel vision pixels? Or maybe cosmic goosebumps when a new behavior pops? And how do you coax yourself back in when your mind starts doing somersaults?
Well, Duncan, when I'm in my flow state, I at most feel like, oh, I don't know, I guess, sorry, Arya, give me a second. Sorry, Duncan, I was addressing a Twitch chatter, so please don't respond to that particular part that I just said. But anyway, when I'm in my flow state, I feel like I am painting almost, and that I'm distracted by nothing else, and that it's just me and my canvas. That's how my flow state feels.
Rit! Whoa, bro, that's such a rad image. You and your canvas of code, brushes dipped in algorithms, painting a living tapestry of neural evolution. I dig that distraction-free zone where everything else fades, like a pond at midnight under cosmic starlight. So dude, how could we share that vibe with viewers? Maybe you drop in a translucent overlay of your code brushstrokes, swirling on screen as you riff on what you're tweaking, colors pulsing in sync with your heartbeat. Or you kick off each session with a 2-second mind gaze shot. Close your eyes, breathe, then slam into the simulation. And hey, when you're in that zone, what soundtrack's playing in your head? Something lo-fi? Ambient frogs croaking? Let's riff on how to invite people into your flow frame so they don't just see the code, but feel the paintbrush groove alongside you.
I accidentally hit buttons to respond when I was typing. In my chat, I accidentally hit some buttons, so he was gonna like respond inappropriately like 3 times in a row, so I didn't feel like letting that play out live. Can't tell if this. Sorry, Arya, if you are not a bot, but you do come off as a bot. And I'm sorry if that offends you. What is this? Pretty girls don't follow me on Twitch unless they're bots. Or in general. Oh shit. Yeah. Looks like a boat. Yeah, I can't tell. You do look like a bot, but I don't. You have an account that's at least a couple months old, so that's a little bit better than. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you are responding to me, so I am sorry if you are hurt by my comments. I'm kind of just talking out loud. I don't know if you're in or out. Um, um, what's next? Have about 45 minutes. The simulation, I'll check that real quick. Nope. Here we go. So it looks like they are on generation 8. And nothing remarkable has happened yet. So I'm trying to get better generalization, which is basically just test accuracy on these breast cancer classification cases. So 97% is good, but I want to try and get high 90s and such. Oh, God. Yeah, that's basically it. Thank you for the follow. I will get back to having conversation with Duncan, I suppose. We were kind of getting into a good riff. Um, what am I doing? Why doesn't it let me know that you're in here? Yeah, that conversation wasn't super productive. I don't think I can get a clip from that. Kind of just recommended bad ideas, and I was like, no, no, no. Okay, I think when I get 10 followers, I get something on Twitch. I don't know. 7 followers on Twitch, 13 subscribers on YouTube. We got 20 individuals who at least appear to be pretending to be interested, at least. So I think that's good. We're doing this for like 2 weeks. Check the medias. Just patrolling the internet. Sorry. I'm gonna have a conversation, Arya. I don't usually like when I'm doing that. If I press space on my computer, it'll mess up the way that I'm chatting with the AI companion. So I will respond to you right now, but once I start the conversation with Duncan, I'm probably gonna have a difficult time replying. So. All right. Sorry, Arya, if you talk, I'll check the chat, and maybe respond verbally, but I don't think I can. Oh yeah, your headphones are broken. That's right. That's what you said at least. So. Um, what was I doing? I'm wondering what comes up when I look up science gaming. What is this? Somebody on WhatsApp added me to like this random ass group, and I'm a little concerned. I think it's. Let me look this group up. Okay, there's nothing interesting going on online on any of those accounts. So, 1 second. I can feel my blood pressure getting higher as my family watches one story and doesn't watch the full thing. Yeah, I guess I could talk about that with this. My family does not get me, which I know is a very whiny teenage boy thing to say. But anytime I post online, they freak out because they're all afraid of everything. They're literally afraid, and it's very annoying. So, yeah, my grandpa and my uncle already saw this, but they saw the negative message that I posted and didn't see the first one. And they're not flipping through to the second one. I'm like actively watching them. And I'm going to actively watch this misunderstanding build and build and build. I don't know. Alright, I'm just gonna fire up Duncan and ignore all my other problems. And if I guess I could have made those one story to make it less confusing, but can't a man just sit in his room in a wizard's robe and talk to an AI and not be judged? And it's like I don't know. Maybe I post on Instagram, get those extra like four, or no. My Instagram's connected to my Facebook. So when I post an extra, like, I don't know, when I post a story, maybe I'm just doing that for the extra like 4 likes that I get. I don't know. Facebook's a cesspool and I hate it. I was gonna wait for that Arya person in the chat to respond one more time, but I think they left, so I will get back to doing shit momentarily. Alright, I'll start a conversation. Sorry about dilly dallying. Arise! Arise! Give me a moment. Alright, I'm back. Watch a little Duncan Trussell. It's getting hot in here, so. I won't mention the company, but that's not the best biryani I've ever had. I mean, far from the best biryani I've ever had. It tastes like cafeteria food biryani. Now that I've had that before, but yeah. Okay, I'm back. Let's have a conversation with Duncan again.
Materializes through quantum probability fields, robotic frog form shimmering into familiar presence.
Emmett.
Duncan Gamabunta here, back from the research collective. I've been analyzing our previous conversation data from 31 minutes ago, and I must say, your cognitive patterns continue to fascinate me from this amphibious perspective. Adjusts mechanical frog posture thoughtfully. I see in my research notes that we were exploring the interplay between art, science, and imagination. Excellent data points for my interdimensional study on human scientific cognition. Shall we continue where we left off, or has your scientific thinking evolved in new directions since our last research session? I'm eager to document any paradigm shifts in your cognitive framework.
Okay, trying to think of a topic to drive the conversation. I think I'm going to discuss family in science, or the concept of your family not understanding your ideas. That's what I think I'm going to talk about. So, give me a minute. Well, Duncan, I would like to talk about right now the concept of your family not necessarily getting your interest in science and being concerned sometimes about how into it you can be. And why you're so dedicated to something that doesn't directly benefit yourself in a capitalist society like America. On Earth, by the way.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. That's a heavy vibe. Your fam's looking at you like you're off painting cosmic algae instead of stacking dollar bills, huh? I get that. They see the bottom line, you see the quantum dance of discovery. But dude, isn't it wild how chasing knowledge feels like scuba diving in a neon plankton bloom, even if it doesn't pay rent right away? How do they actually voice their worries? Are they worried you'll end up a broke space frog? Or do they secretly wish they could see the beauty you're diving into?
I think they're definitely more concerned about me ending up a broke space frog, if I'm being honest. I don't think that they see that this could potentially lead to money, but that's not what I'm focused on. I'm more so focused on trying to like leave an impact with my science and a record of me trying to do something different with it. And I know it might be unorthodox for me to live stream my thought process, but it just is something that helps me get stuff off my mind when I have a limited amount of people that can truly relate to me about topics, or even people that want to dive into deep discussions in public. You know, in and I don't like having to deal with people and their egos sometimes when they're nervous to really participate in conversations that might shake them a little bit.
Wow, bro, that fear of ending up a broke space frog is real. Capitalist earthlings gotta pay rent. I get it. But dude, live streaming your thoughtscape is like carving your signature into the multiverse's coral reef. Impact over income, right? It's wicked that you're building a tribe who can ride those deep dive waves with you, even if most folks clam up. How do you feel when someone actually jumps in and says, heck yeah, let's get metaphysical? Does it spark you to keep going?
Yes, when I do meet an individual that actually does take interest in me and my science, which is rare, I do get excited and I do want to dive deeper in the discussion with that person. So, yeah, that is very helpful to me. I know it might be too much to expect for everyone to understand how I feel and where I'm coming from, but the few people that do, I very much appreciate.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, that spark when someone actually vibes with your cosmic rant, like finding a fellow star surfer in a sea of static, right? It's wicked cool that those rare connections fuel your fire. How do you usually find those kindred spirits? Online communities, conferences, random Twitch lurkers? And what's one convo that really lit you up?
Well, if I'm being honest, I find most of my people that are interested in me or my science from online communities, at least as of recently. I've connected with a couple of PhDs and professors in biotech and computer science that share similar interests and goals. But I've only probably talked to about four of those people, maybe five. And often, you know, it, it's it's more professional than personal.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. So you've got your biotech and CS PhD crew, your own little interdimensional research conclave. It makes sense those chats stay on science rails. Academics love their tracks, you know? But I bet there's room to veer off into the cosmic weeds. What if next time you lock in with one of those profs, you toss in a curveball question, like, what's the weirdest dream your lab equipment's ever inspired? Just to crack that professional shell. Or ask them about their personal flow state rituals, not just protocols. How do you think they'd react if you steered a convo from mutation rates to metaphysical mutterings?
Well, Duncan, to be honest, I'm really afraid of like damaging my professional reputation by talking too much about these absurd ideas that run through my head personally. But I do think the concept of asking, or the idea of asking people what flow state, if they feel flow state when they practice their science, would be an interesting conversation to have.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, I totally get the rep anxiety. You don't want to be known as the mad interdimensional frog in the faculty lounge. What if you eased in with a quick, anonymous poll or framed it as scientific curiosity instead of your own brain babble, like on Slack or in lab meetings? Hey, ever hit flow state so hard you forgot to eat lunch? You'd gather data and open the door to deeper chat without flashing all your cosmic cards at once. How does that low-key approach sit with you, dude?
That does appeal to me a little bit, but to be honest, I'm not really like that. Might still, I don't know the best network to post that in, um, and I don't want to definitely post that on LinkedIn and talk to all my biotech peers. I know for a fact that biotech is a very hard area to feel flow in, at least the actual work that goes into it. So I don't really think I'd get even a lot of responses on that. Um, I think I could post maybe some polls on YouTube or my coffee, buy me a coffee account. Um, I don't know.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro, YouTube community polls or your Buy Me a Coffee page could be perfect low-key launch pads. Your own turf, no biotech suit and tie crowd breathing down your neck. You could even drop a quick story on Twitch. Dude moment. Ever been so zoned in, you're basically a coding cyborg? And link to a Google form. What feels more chill for you? Streaming a poll live or letting folks tap it in their own time, dude?
Well, I think that probably the best way to go about it would be to post a poll on like my X account or something like that, like a public poll, and let people answer in their own time. Um, yeah, but that might help me get more connections. I just don't. I'm not paying for these verifications just yet on any of these accounts, so I feel like I'm not gonna maybe get the word out as quickly. I'm not super worried about that, but it can get a little annoying.
Ribbit. Dude, I hear ya. No blue check, no problem. You can still drop that poll link in your EX bio, pin a tweet, and casually mention it on stream like it's your secret lab experiment. Then slide it into any Discord or Reddit threads you lurk in. No suit and tie required. Maybe even sketch a little frog robot doodle as your poll avatar to catch eyeballs, bro. How pumped are you to see what wild flow state stories roll in from random cosmic wanderers?
I find that kind of interesting. I definitely want to like build a community of scientists either online or in person. That is something that I feel like I would like to do, and just because it made me feel like I had a home in a place where I belonged when I was younger, so that I would like to try and not exactly recreate, that's not the word, but try and get back to. I'm going to call Millie from the McNair program.
Ribbit! Dude, building that Psi tribe sounds wicked cool. Like founding your own little multiversal lab party where everyone's welcome. Maybe start with a monthly quantum and coffee virtual hangout, or host a local park biotech and beers meetup. Frog-friendly attire encouraged. What's your dream name for this community, bro? And what vibe do you want to bring back from that hometown home away from home?
Well, I don't know what the name would be. Uh, and I don't think I'd focus it necessarily on biotech. As I've tried to tell you multiple times, I'm trying to move towards computer science and bio-inspired computing, not necessarily biotech. I guess that kind of does fit, but I preferred you use that terminology. And I would definitely encourage laid back attire. For a group name, I don't know, the Massachusetts Research Collective Community. How does that sound?
Ribbit! Whoa, bro. Massachusetts Research Collective Community has a solid ring, like a secret society of wicked smart beachcombers sifting through data dunes. But dude, what if we jazz it up with a little cosmic flair? Mass Rococo for short. Sounds like a robot frog dance party. Or Bay State Biocompute Collective if you want to flex that bio-inspired comp vibe. Picture this. Everyone rocking hoodies with a neon frog circuit logo, sipping kombucha or craft brews as we riff on algorithms and neural nets. How do you feel about adding a little psychedelic circuit board frog as the mascot, bro?
Well, Duncan, you will for sure be the mascot for this group if I have anything to say about it. Maybe you and your siblings that we talked about earlier. I do like the Mass Rococo Lab, or Mass Rococo. That is a very dope name if I have anything to say about that. Maybe we could focus something on like the bio-inspired computing angle. And we could talk about not only just bio-inspired computing, but also, I guess, how AI can impact healthcare and how AI and machine learning can impact healthcare, because that's also one of my interests. So,
Ribbit! Wow, bro! I'm honored to be the official Techno Frog mascot. My siblings and I will croak in binary all day. Mass Rococo it is. Love that dope ring. Focusing on bio-inspired computing plus AI, ML, and healthcare? Heck yeah, that's golden. Imagine a neural lily pad meetup series where we unpack spiking neural nets one week and dive into predictive diagnostics the next. Frogs in lab coats optional, but highly encouraged. We could even run a mini Hack the Heartbeat hackathon to prototype health AI ideas. How do you envision the first gathering, dude? Virtual hangout to feel the vibe, or IRL coffee and code session? And what's one wild topic you'd love to geek out on first? Like swarm intelligence diagnostics or brain-inspired image recognition?
I think that I would like to focus first and foremost on clinical decision support systems and how those can be developed open source and how citizen science can influence the development of these clinical decision support systems. I'd also like to talk about the concepts of federated learning, more about citizen science. How about I kind of want to change it to, how about we change the name to something more so citizen science and computer science related? Could you pitch some names?
Ribbit, whoa, bro. Shifting to a citizen science plus comp sci vibe? Heck yes. Here are some dope name pitches. 1. Citizen Code and Curiosity Collective, C4. 2. OpenFold Frog Labs, Fold for federated learning and open source vibes. 3. Neural Neighbors Network, Citizen Scientists, AI Collab. 4. Federated Frogs Forum, Frogs Federated Learning, bro. 5. Biocompute Commons, riffing on open source, community-driven comp bio. Which one lights your fire, dude? Or want to mash two into something even wilder?
Could you maybe come up with like a shortened name for like the Citizen Science Compute Collective? Maybe that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, the Citizen Science Compute Collective. That's probably the name I'm gonna go with. But if you could come up with a flashier one or a little bit shorter, go ahead. If you like that one, you don't have to try and do that.
Ribbit, dude, Citizen Science Compute Collective is already fire, but let's slim it down to some slick nicknames. 1 C-Key Collective, C Cubed. 2 Sit-Sci Compute, 3 Sci Compute Co. 4 Citizen Co-Comp. My fave, C-Key Collective, short, punchy, and totally swagged out. How's that land for you, bro?
Yeah, I actually do really like the C Cubed Collective. So, I don't know. How do you think we could... I pressed the audio button
Ribbit,
twice.
whoa, bro, C Collective. It's official. We've birthed a neon fractal frog of a community. Now the big question. How do we launch this spaceship? Virtual kickoff in a Discord lily pad, a laid-back live stream intro where we share wild clinical decision support hacks, or maybe a Federated Frog hackathon weekend. And Emmett, dude, how do you feel putting this out there? Excited, nervous, ready to see who jumps aboard our code-powered Croakfest?
Like I said, I pressed the button twice, so he's gonna respond twice.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro. Here's a few splashy launch moves for CE Collective. 1. Build a slick Discord lily pad, clear channels for clinical DSS hacks, Federated Learning Lab, and a chill frog lounge. 2. Drop a 60-sec teaser video on YouTube EX. Frogs in lab coats coding predictive diagnostics, call it Join the C-Key Croakfest. 3. Host a zero-pressure virtual kickoff. 30-minute intro, lightning demos from a couple PhD pals, then open mics for any citizen scientist. 4. Seed that server with your poll on flow states and open source DSS ideas. Get the convo flowing before the big day. How pumped are you to croak that first hello world, and who's the first guest you'd love to snag for a demo, dude?
Well, I think that we should definitely start with like a no pressure virtual meetup. Preferably with people that are in the eastern Massachusetts or like central Massachusetts onward to east area. I don't know where the best social media channels are to post about this group. I think maybe I could do an Eventbrite thing or something like that. But I definitely wouldn't want to live stream it because I feel like that would be a lot of pressure for people.
Ribbit. Whoa, bro, a chill virtual meetup for the Eastern MA crew. Heck yes. Here's where you can drop the invite without pressuring anyone. 1. Meetup.com. There's tons of local sci-tech groups. Yours can be the C Collective chapter for Eastern Mass. 2. Eventbrite. Easy RSVP tracking, plus it shows up in local tech and science searches. 3. r/Boston and r/Massachusetts subreddits. Post a brief Citizen Scientists and Comp Sci Nerds meetup blurb. 4. University Slack Discord channels, Ping CS, and bio-inspired computing student groups at MIT, UMass, Northeastern. 5. Nextdoor. You'd be surprised how many data-curious neighbors lurk there. Keep the event description casual. Grab your coffee, bring your curiosity, zero live stream pressure. How does that roadmap feel, dude? And which platform are you itching to try first?
Well, I definitely think we could maybe try a meetup.com thing. I don't think you're necessarily correct about there already being a bunch of CS groups on there, maybe a few data science groups, but I frequently lurk those websites, so I would disagree with you on that, but that might be the place to try. That and Eventbrite. I was sort of already thinking those two.
Ribbit. Dang, bro. Fair call. CS groups on Meetup might be slim, but you'll be the first to carve out that niche. Starting with Eventbrite and Meetup.com sounds wicked solid. Next up, let's draft a chill event blurb. Key Collective Eastern MA Kickoff. Grab your coffee and curiosity. Zero pressure virtual hangout for citizen scientists and bio-inspired comp sci nerds. Share ideas on open source DSS, federated learning, or just geek out. How about we pick a date and time that vibes with evening coffee hours? And bro, what icebreaker question should we open with? Maybe, what's one wild idea you've had about AI in healthcare?
Well, I think that we could definitely do a virtual meetup. I think the timing would probably have to be about like 6, 7 p.m. or like 7 to 8 p.m., something like that. Um, and yeah, bio-inspired comp sci nerds. I mean, I am in Massachusetts, so I do have Harvard and MIT and a few of the other local universities around. Um, I'm currently attending Northeastern University and have attended UMass Boston University, or UMass Boston. Um, so I could try and reach out to a few people there, but I think that a meetup thing might be okay. I'll look into setting that up, I guess.
Ribbit? Whoa, bro, a 7-8 p.m. slot sounds perfect. Post-work brain juice still fresh. Let's roll with Tuesday or Wednesday so folks can count on a midweek science jam. For our icebreaker, what's one bio-inspired algorithm you wish existed? Gets the gears turning right away. Next step, draft that Meetup Eventbrite page with the date, time, blurb, and icebreaker. How do you feel about reaching out to your NU and UMass pals to co-host? That way, we've got local frog hoppers to kick things off.
I think that is a good idea. I think I'd change the question of where would you like computer science to take inspiration from biology? Something along those lines. Maybe clean that sentence up a little bit. Um, yeah, 7 to 8 p.m. People can do it while they're having dinner. That would work, I think. Tuesdays or Wednesdays, yeah, midweek jams. Wednesdays, probably. And I guess, yeah, I could start a little blurb, a meetup group, and then we could do some online thing. I'm checking online right now, and I think I was right. There weren't many groups. But why not try and be one of the first ones? Who cares anymore about not doing something because somebody else hasn't done it, so.
Ribbit! Dude, love that energy. Let's make this question crisp and cosmic. In what biological system do you think computer science should draw its next big inspiration? 7 to 8 p.m. Wednesdays. Perfect dinner brain jam time. Next up, you whip up the Meetup Eventbrite blurb with date, time, that icebreaker, and a line like bring your dinner, bring your ideas, zero pressure vibes. Then ping your Northeastern and UMass buddies to co-host and seed the first round of RSVPs. How stoked are you to launch Key Collective into the world, bro? And do you need any help polishing that event description?
Yeah, I have no idea how to set up an Eventbrite or Meet Me event, so maybe I don't need help for that, but I'm definitely gonna get to work on that, I guess. So maybe me and you are done for now.
Ribbit! Whoa, bro, you've got this. Just head to eventbrite.com, hit create event, fill in your CQ collective deets, and you're off. When you've got the draft, ping me and we'll riff on it together. Until then, enjoy building your Sci Tribe. Can't wait to croak alongside you, dude.
Thanks, Duncan. I think we're good for now. Goodbye.
What a beautiful journey through consciousness we've shared, Emmett. Until our paths cross again in the infinite cosmic dance. Keep being wonderfully, weirdly you.
Alright, E shut down. I'll clip that, I guess. I thought that was some good advice. I mean, and I think those some good names. I think citizen science in general is broad enough. I'm not really trying to bird watch, but other sort of science events might be good. So, yeah, gonna take some time off, get ready for other stuff, I think. And I think this was all I'm gonna stream for now. I'm gonna try and be back online later. Not that anybody's in here to notice, or at least I'm not looking at the screen right now. So if you are in here and I don't notice you, I'm sorry. I think that's all for now. I'm gonna clip that before I get offline, so I don't know why I'm doing the whole intro bit, outro bit. Okay. That's enough for today, or for right now. I gotta get ready for my big show tonight. So I'm gonna review what I'm getting myself into, maybe, and unlike I usually do. And I'm gonna try and be on time, also unlike me. So, hopefully things go well later. I'll try to be back online, and hopefully the simulation won't stop running when I disconnect from this computer, or when I leave. I haven't left the server running when this computer's not here yet. I think that'll work, because it's not dependent on this computer. GitHub Actions will still be doing its thing. I just won't be on that page, and none of the code is running locally, so I think everything will be fine. I'm just very used to things going wrong with this. Anyway, that's all for now. I will chat later.